Good morning, everyone. This is Alex, and we're starting up our daily, well, not our daily stream, but 5 days a week now where we've set up a stream schedule Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Fridays, and Sundays. You can catch me live here on YouTube at 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. For those that don't know, it's UTC -8. All right, just getting situated here this morning. Good morning. Today, we're going to be working on TerraFarmers, per usual, and I think we're going to start working towards our inventory UI, or the backbone of our UI, so that way we can start adding crafting menus. We're going to be working on a menu. That's what's going to happen today. So let's get started. We're just going to roll on over into my game scene. Where we left off was yesterday. We had created a day and night cycle, and for those that are interested in knowing how to do this, I actually created a YouTube video for that, so that's gonna be the first video I produced on our channel: how to make a day and night system like a boss. So yeah, now it's time for us to start working on the next steps of our game. If we plant and every day and night cycle, we should see our plants rise. There we go. It's so satisfying after just a couple weeks of coding to get this far in our game. So now we can collect these resources, but we don't have anything for anything to do with them. And currently we can't damage our rocks. So we need our rocks to drop ore and coal. We need to start working towards some sort of crafting menu or system here. So let's start imagining what this might look like in our pixel editor. Hi, Riley. Welcome back. How you doing? First of all, we're going to open our Space Farmers game. I believe we have some UI elements up here that we made. Yep. Let's see here. I'm doing pretty good, just getting the day started. So, let's see. I need to copy this and paste it down here. Whoa, I copied the wrong section. Gotta copy this. Move it down here. Now, right now what we're doing is we're creating the border as though it was its minimum size. And for what we're doing, it has to work like this. Looking very sharp. And then those would just be filled in with the middle square. All right, so we have the basics of a menu. That didn't turn out quite how I expected. Let's address that. Adjust our design here a little bit. There we go. I wonder if that was just because of how I copied it. Oh, interesting. It has to do with how I rounded those corners. That's okay. We can do it like this. But that's very interesting, actually, because that means... I wonder how that happened. Because this corner should be... This corner? What happened? Wow. How off is that? That's nuts. Okay. That's alright. So... I'm trying to figure out today how we want to do our crafting menu. So what I'm going to do is copy... I kind of have a funny idea. I'm gonna go completely off here just because I had an idea. Here comes my ADHD. Sometimes I can't draw what I want to draw at the moment, and I have to just draw something else. So what I'm gonna do is get out an idea that I have in my head. So give me just a second, and we're gonna start working on that real quick. I want the head. Let's see here. I'm just gonna steal the head from our player. Oh, actually, the one I want is this one. Just gonna rotate it this way. Oh, thanks, Riley. I appreciate that. It was fun working on it. I'm gonna keep working on it, but it's kind of an ongoing work in progress, if you will. All right. It's necessary, guys. I'm sorry, but... Oops. Dead spacemen are required. I took my glasses off this morning. I have anti-blue glasses that I wear, and when I'm drawing this palette, I can't wear it. There we go. So now we might find... And then what I want to do is copy him. Move him up to the UI layer. There we go. Let's see here. I need to check something on my YouTube real fast. All right. Let's see here real quick. Oh, dang. What'd I do? Copied it from the wrong layer? Yeah. There we go. But, come here. Thank you. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to crop this off. Alright, let's try this again. Start with a little bit of a bigger card template here. Yeah, so I'm just drawing an idea I had. This isn't what I want to work on today, but it's what we're working on now because my brain tells me I have to. So, the glories of ADHD. Something my wife and I talked about doing for my game, so I'm going to follow through with it. So I'll let you guys just kind of observe while I'm doing that, and so at the moment, I'm just placing silhouettes and then filling them in a little bit, and then we'll do more detail as we go through this a little bit more. There we go. And then we can like take this, add some shading to what needs to be shaded. All right. So, ID cards for the dead guys. Uh, so I wanted to thank someone in our stream. He can't be here today because he's at school, but we have a young lad by the name of Blue Knight who has been interacting with all of our channels and was our first Discord member in our community. And I decided that my wife and I had talked about it, and because he can't be here to watch our streams, and he had been before, which I thought was very sweet of him, we are going to dedicate a player card to him. If we do like a Kickstarter or something, this would definitely be one of the things we'd consider as a gift that we would do. So to me, that sort of support has this level of value. And I want to make our first dead guy based off of Blue. Blue has a tendency to say something about my game and the color of my character being that my character looks a lot like color palette wise the Among Us characters. He often calls my red character sus, and I thought that was very funny. And so in the spirit of making that connection between the game and our community and the other games that exist out there in the world, I would... Okay, for some reason it won't let me select. There we go. Why? That's not... Is that not a real color? We gotta color that in white. There we go. Let's even darken that a little bit, maybe. Let's add the edges of the photograph, and let's do the white as an off-white. There we are. And yeah, and so in support of and as appreciation and thank you, I wanted to sponsor a card. And so I was thinking, in the name of trying to make this game have references maybe to other popular pop culture things, we could elevate the idea a little bit farther by recognizing our likeness to some degree to Among Us and do a not only a player card, but maybe some text along with this, saying something like I wasn't the imposter, or I was innocent, something like that. Because one of the things we don't ever think about in Among Us is what happens to the bodies that get shot out into space. So maybe this game is in the same universe. You know? I mean, obviously not. I don't have permission for that. But I thought that making that sort of reference would, I don't know, would just be fun. We'll see if I get in trouble about it later. I don't think so. I think it's just vague enough that I won't get in trouble. But we'll see. We'll see. Yeah. So let's see here. I'm gonna darken up our tape, I think, a little bit, maybe. And then add some tape highlight. Or maybe we just... I believe we're going to be able to get text onto this thing. And just in case, we're going to make it as big as we possibly can. All right. So we're going to export this. So we are going to... Let's go export, selected. We're going to browse. Let's see, where do we want to put this? It's a UI element. Hey, what's up, Ginge? We're going to create a new folder. And we're going to do these ID. All right, so now we have our folder. And we're going to call it Blue ID. So now, I'm going to do the same thing with this. Copy, export, not image, export selected. And we're going to export this guy at a 1 scale. And he's an object, so we're going to make sure to put him in the objects. I guess he's not an item. That'd be weird. We'll put him in nodes, actually. Because, player node. X player node. I know I am. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So, now, the idea that I have for this is, inside of our objects, we're going to call them X players. We're going to add an object, add a sprite, X player, add an animation, and then we're going to add the node animation of that player. We're going to edit the point so that the origin is where his face is. And then the other thing I want to do is edit. Oh, the collision box is perfect. There we go. So now we can just bring this character. Oh, we're on the wrong layer. We need to go back to our base layer, drag the player. Over here. So now there he is. Kind of embedded into the ground. It's a bit grim. Let's see here. When you get close to this, I want it to create that badge above the player. And then this is where the backer supporter names would go. Or people, you know, we want to call out and thank. I thought it'd be a clever way of doing that. So let's I wonder what would happen if I stretched him. No, that's way too big. Yeah. I wonder how that looks though, the extra height. It's actually not that bad. His head's a little lumpy. We'll leave him as is for now. And then how's it going, Ginge? What are you up to? Let's see here. X player object. We're gonna go to UI. And let's see. We're going to create a new folder in UI. Hello. New folder. Yeah. The fun stuff. The fun stuff. Just to keep it organized so I know what's where. We're going to create another sprite. We're going to call this player ID. Our player badge. Or X player badge. Add an animation. Go back to our UI elements and get that ID. Thing's gonna be pretty big. So in our world generation script, because we're gonna have players' inventories and spawns be random in the game. So we're going to create. We're going to add that in our world managing generation. And we're going to spawn it like we do nodes. So let's see here. We're just going to copy trees and spawning dead dudes. We need to set spawned dude and max spawn dude. Or max dude. We're gonna do one. We only want one right now. And so we can say for the variable of max dude, check spawn dude. Maybe I'm gonna change it to dudes. Because we will max spawn dudes and max dudes. So, uh, max dudes. Pick a random tile. Check if there's a collision entity. And then create a X player at that tile location. And change the number of spawned dudes to 1. Pretty straightforward. And then every time we do that, so we also want to, after we create the player, we want to create the ID badge at the position of the tile X minus the X player badge width divided by 2, because we want half of it. We want to move it over half of that from the center. So we have to do that. And then for tile Y, we want to do minus the entire size of the player badge. Not the width, the height. So now we should see somewhere in here, there's a dead dude on the wrong layer. He's a shadow. He's a ghost! I made a ghost. Okay. I didn't... Right. Why did that happen? Ah. Right. We need to set the X player's Y. Z order to Y. Let's find the dead guy. No, he's still there. Why is he translucent? Hello, sir. Why are you a ghost? What has happened to you? Dead again. It might be because I have one on the game scene and it's freaking it out now. Let's remove him and see what happens. No, he's still dying. In a sad place. But why? Also, why isn't that showing? Let's figure this out. There should be a card, I would have thought, right here. Hello? Let's focus on one thing at a time here. Alright, so first thing is we're going to remove the Z order, and we're going to put it actually in here when we create it. Why is this happening? I'm not entirely sure why he's translucent. when I put the hold on. Hold on. When I drug him in here, no, he went to the base layer. Let's move him over here and see what happens. So he's fine. But the spawn guy, and also, why is he spawning here every time? Okay, let's go back to our world manager. What happened here? I'm very confused. Let's change the amount of max dudes to like 5. Let's see what happens here. Why is that always picking this spot? And why is there only one? Something is happening. Something weird at the beginning of the scene. Yeah, this is important too, actually. Rip. But why there? Uh-huh. 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 You gotta... First of all, it helps if my values are right. There he is. There's a guy. I found him. George! I don't know who this guy is. Or why there's a ghost. But we've got dead dudes! They're everywhere! Oh, God. That's grim. That's grim. I love it. Makes me so happy. He's a dead guy. Alright. That's funny. Wait a minute. There's no dude over here. Why does it keep spawning a guy right there? We're gonna remove the X player. Oh, you know what? I bet you I accidentally drug him to the lighting layer, and that's where he exists. There he is. What? There we go. Alright. Now we fixed it. Now we got appropriately spawning dead dudes. That's happenstance. There's another dead guy. There's a dead guy. Okay. I'm crying. Alright. We're going to change our daytime cycle and fix the fast time. We're going to set it back to 60 minutes. So our day-night cycle isn't so fast. Because now that I know that it works. And that way, time can pass. And I can keep checking things out without it getting dark so fast. Alright. So now we're going to change the max generation of dudes to 1. Right now we just want one dude. So repeat this X amount of times. When we want to then create the badge. Now we can go back and add this X minus the X player badge width divided by 2. And we're going to add that to the UI layer. And this one we want to do minus the X player badge height. We don't want to divide that by 2 because we want it to go all the way up. Right. That wouldn't work because this does need to be on the base layer. Or on the pickup layer. Let me try something. Where's that dead guy? Hello, dead guy. There it is. There's your player's badge. Okay, not quite what I thought was going to happen. Why did that happen? Do I need to do this? Does this math need to happen first? Let's see. That seemingly did nothing. I might have to actually reboot every time. Dead guy. Dead guy. Dead guy. Oh, we didn't get a dead guy. Interesting. There we go. Now, aha. Okay. So, what happens when we do this? Why is that? Oh, duh. Duh. I'm dumb. Okay, so what we need to do is set this position to X player. So X player is X. Because we want to center on the player, not the tile. And now when we run this... We're going to disable the other one for now because... Are we just not going to get a guy? This is going to drive me nuts. What's happening every time right now is that when it goes to select a square, there's a dude on it. So... This is a chance with this system, so this is why we have to keep copying and pasting any changes we do there. So that way it spawns the correct way. Now, there should be guaranteed... There he is. Hello? Okay, so we're going to spawn it on the X. What? What? We're just going to put this on the base layer for a second. Now we got to hope that a guy spawns. No. Try this again. There he is. Okay, but it's spawning in the same spot. We're going to link these two together. Let's see. I guess we're just going to move its position. I don't know why. This didn't work. Oh. Oh my goodness. Again, because I have to do the same thing on each of them. Right? They have to be... Why are you moving? Ah! I don't understand. Why is this happening? Okay, so linking is something that you can do inside of GDevelop. And what linking does is exactly what it sounds like. I'm going to be honest. So it's like the weld gun in... Well, that is really big. Or whatever. So, effectively, when you link an item... So, when I create something... Let's say my inventory, for example. Okay? Every time I generate an inventory square, it's assigned variables because I coded it to, but one of them is an ID value, right? And that ID value is important because then, at least when I want to call what's in that cube, because remember, because of arrays, right? So, dictionaries, I guess, would be more. But here we are, we've got storage inside of each of this array. And one of them in each of these is ID. And so what we do is when one of these is created, we want to assign it. We want to link when we create a text box down here for quantity. So we're just going to put number, right? So this isn't the ID number. What this is like the quantity of our item. So when we create a text, so this would just be a text, effectively. When we create that link, when we create our cube, generate this cube, we then decide where to link that text in position, right? And then when we link it, we then link them together. So now they're like, it's like making a group, grouping them together. So now when you run code, you say, if I want to target that cube ID, so let's say ID number 2 is what I'm looking for, then you can say ID cube 2 and take into, it says take into account. Take into, I'm drawing with my mouse, forgive me. Take into account, and then it'll look for any, and you can tell it what item to look for. You can say text. Look for any connected item. What item? Text. And then find its value. So then I could say, so after we link the values in GDevelop, I'll show you that in our inventory manager. So right here, whenever, we'll go to collision of items. When there is no slot with an item to display, find the next available slot and set the icon and count when I'm picking something up. And here you can see that when I update the list, take into account all the texts that are linked to the inventory square and change the text to a string value of the item's count if it's in the player's inventory. So that's one way of like binding them, grouping them together. So when we start doing coding and looking for certain things, we can also iterate between all inventories looking for a value that's linked to it. Or you can do it for each individual one. There's a bunch of different ways and techniques that you can do that. But that's basically what linking does. By the way, what's going on, Bo? Welcome back. So in our world manager, what I want to do is link that player ID. So that way each player, each individual instance has its own, because we might find more dead players later on. And what I want to do in our game, if I do like backing, or maybe we have patrons or donators or something in the future, I don't know how I'm going to monetize my game. They'll have like a name, an ID, and they'll have their name here. And it's like, you might find items on the player, you might find other things, but you can always check the player's ID. And so we can have this big list. I can then create a library or an array full of names and pick a random name in that array and select it here. And then once you do that, remove that name from the list so we don't use it again in that player's instance. Anyways. So now we're spawning this at the top location right there. So now we need a minus in the Y to move that thing up here. So going back into our game engine, going back to the world manager, create at this really honestly at the positions Y minus, which should be up. I guess I do plus, but I think that's too far. The X player's badge height. Depending on how it spawns, it's either going to spawn the same or not at all. Okay. We're going to copy this and paste it down there. Same thing. What? Why? I don't understand this. I'm very confused. I'm gonna reboot my engine here in a second. I think I'm having just like this weird code error. What is happening? Also, okay, this doesn't, why, this isn't changing at all. I'm not understanding. Okay, what? Hold on. It might be because... Let's try one more thing. We're gonna then move the badge. Because it might not be able to assign that position yet. Because it doesn't know how big it is until after it's created. Which I think is what's happening. So we're gonna change its position. To... X player X minus whoa. Okay. So we're going to move it after we do that. Fingers crossed. Oh, we can't update our game. We have to start anew because we have to generate a new character. Aha! Aha! That's why we're a genius. All right. So obviously trees and things are interacting now with our player and everything. So we need to set the ID badge Y position. And we are going to add little bit of padding. No spawn. Let's do it again. Jeez. Come on, game. Spawn the guy, please. Oh. Because I have to duplicate everything I'm doing here, which is nuts. That's all right. No. Okay. For one. Actually, that would work fine. That should work fine. If we can get one to spawn, there we are. There it is. Look at that. And so now, when we create it, let's also link. Let's see. We need to create a text on the badge. So what we're going to do this, rather than not having to mathematically decide where we're going to put this thing, we're going to create a new point, add a point, and we're going to drag it to here. And this is where we're going to start writing our text. And so this is going to be text spawn. So now we can say, create link player. I'm just trying to decide where I want to put it. After we change its position, we're then going to create a text at the position of X player badge point X, and inside of that it's I think we named it text spawn, right? I've got potato text spawn. Yeah, okay. Got potato brain. We need to add that. It's a string inside of here, so we need to do it like that. And then we need to do the same thing for the Y. Let's copy paste that and then change it to Y. And then we need to link those two objects together. So then link. This is really messy. We're going to clean this up here in a little bit, but we just want to get this system functioning first. We're going to link the player badge, and actually we want to link the text and the player badge. And then we want to change the text of that badge to the player's name. So in our spawning script, we'll organize it here in a second. But we want to make sure that text is on, and that's humongous, right? We don't want that. And the layer isn't right. So we need to change then its Z order. So create text, change the text Z order to X player badge Z order +1, because we want it on top of the badge. Link the text, and then we're going to change the text to I want to say that's the All right. So now the text is massive, but we got it at least generating something. So now we need to then, after we create the text, change the order of the text, change the text, and now we need to scale the text. We're gonna scale it to 0.25. We'll see what happens. That's probably too small. No generation. I'm about to create a tool so I can create one of these. Okay, so that's actually not even small enough. Oh, okay. 0.1's a little bit too small. So let's do 0.15. Maybe 1.8. Hey, look at that. Okay. So now we have this player ID, but we don't want it to be seen at the beginning. We don't want it to be visual until I walk up or press action on this character, maybe, like we do with the trees. So then we can, when that's all done, because everything's linked to it, we should now be able to simply find the X player badge and hide it. And because everything's linked to it, it should disappear. I believe so. No. That's okay. So now that we have that, what we're going to do is add a new for each object. And we're going to do for each badge. Now we're going to move that script apart so it's not done at the same time. So for each instance of this, what we need to do is create a text object, change the Z order, the text, the scale, link it, hide the badge. So now if we can find him, he shouldn't have there. And now he's got no text. And so now we can say for each instance of the badge, we do this once. Actually, here. I want to add some more depth to this. We're going to move this down here. So we can add different scripts. I got to maintain the order. I think I can just copy all of this, paste it in there. There. So for each instance of ID, we can do... That's one thing we want to do. Another thing we want to do is for each instance of ID, when the player... and then we have to add a for each instance of player. For each instance of player, because if it's multiplayer, we want this to happen for each player. For each instance of player, if the player is if the distance between the player and the X player, if the X player we'll say 15, 14. If we're below 14, show the ID badge. For now. Just for now. First, I gotta find one. There he is. Ah. Well, that wouldn't work unless we take into account. So we then need to take into account all X badges linked to the X player. There we go. We want to show the text as well. So now we just got to find a dead guy. There he is. Right. I think we can actually do this. So we gotta... I realized that I messed up some stuff. I'm pretty sure. Let's mute this for a second. And move all of that back to where it was. We're just going to mute that for a second, and we're going to do this. And we're not going to hide it, because we want to make sure that it's actually being created now that I moved it. I didn't check that before, I don't think. This is obnoxious. I wonder if I... Okay. Good. It is creating. All right. So then we can then go back and hide them. That's why. I needed to trigger that once. Maybe not. I wonder if I just... Okay. This is driving me nuts. I wonder if I just drag a dead player. Oh, I put it on the lighting layer again. No. That's all right. We'll just move it back to the base layer. We're going to select base layer as our main layer, so I stopped doing that on accident. Base layer. And hide the lighting layer again. Press play. Nothing's happening here. What am I forgetting here? Let's go check our planting manager. All right, Bo. I appreciate you stopping in, though. Really do. Okay, so I'm on the right path here. I gotta build this twice. And we're gonna remove this one. We're gonna format it like we do here. Not here. In here. So for each instance of tree spawner, for each instance of player. Let me think about this. For each instance of player. I really don't know what's happening here. I guess he's not. I don't know if he's counted as created, that guy. I don't know if that guy even works, so we gotta wait until we find one. There. Not working. That one should work, I imagine. So, that doesn't bode well. Let's go try to find another one. Hmm. I'm not sure what's happening here. I guess we'll put it back into... Am I just thinking about this weirdly? Do I just need to now do it this way? I think I was messing it up with the logic up there. Maybe not. What? Did something okay, something has happened. Something had to have happened. Oh, okay, so this guy doesn't count, for one. Here, I'm gonna kick you on the ground. Kick you while you're dead. Okay, so that guy just doesn't work. That's fine. All right. So let's... Why is that not working? So, take into account each instance of X player. For each instance of player, where's the dead guy? Hello, dead guy. Okay, that part's not working. It's hiding it. But I am. We're gonna do this backwards. Just to see if I can make it hide with my body. Gonna have to restart the preview. No dead guy. Huh. I am very confused. Oh! Ah! Ah! I'm gonna cry! Fuck! Alright. Sorry for yelling at all of you. I don't know who's here. My bad. Okay. Fury, welcome. Sorry. So I'm a dingus, and this is only happening at the start of the scene. So we need to move all of what we were trying to do out. Out of that situation. So we need to move it to add a new group called Managing Dead Dudes. IDs. Now we need to start all of this process over again. So, let's check this out real quick. Gotta start another one. Gotta find another dead guy. There he is. Okay. He is spawning. Now, let's... Now, for each instance of player... If the player is within 14 of the X player, show it. Show the ID badge. And then if not, hide it. Now I gotta find a dead guy. No dead guys. Here, dead guy, dead guy, dead guy. There he is. Aha. Right. We also now want to take into account the text. So for each instance of player, take into account, we want to take into account a couple of things. Take into account the player, the X badge assigned to the X player. And we need to do the same thing for the text. So take into account that, take into account the text linked with the badge. And we want to do that to both of these, so that way when you have multiple of them, it won't hide and show all of them at the same time. Can we eat the dead guy's corpse? No. No, we cannot. Good question. Good question. I appreciate your enthusiasm of wanting to eat the dead guy. We can loot his dead corpse, though. And now we also want to show the text. and hide the text. Now we gotta find our dead guy. So we're gonna say ID. So we're gonna put it in quotes. ID space plus random in range 1,000 or 100 to 1,000 plus new line plus employee let's see. So right now it's going to be, there's going to be a lot of text on that little area. It's going to be too much. But we're going to fine tune it and increase everything as we need. Whoa! Okay. And we're just going to change it to name. Because we get the idea. And we're going to change this from 1,000 to 9,999. Let's see. All right. So I think the best thing for us to do is to increase the size of our card. So let's do that. So, because I feel like if we change the font any smaller, we're not going to be able to see. Should ID be like ID number? All right. Now, let's let's increase our card size. Okay, so now we go back here. File, export selected. We're going to do it as 3 of them. We're going to go back to our sprites, UI, ID, and replace the blue ID. Overwrite. Now we can go back into our game and replace our ID badge with the new sprite. We should see that it's... Why is there a white dot? All right, let's go in here and remove that. I must have clicked that at the very end. That's all right. We can just save that out and then delete this. Edit points. We now need to move the text spawn to a higher position. And I think right there would be good. Hit apply. Hit preview. Let's find our dead guy. Dead guy! Where's the dead guy? Let's increase our screen size so we can see. No dead guy. There he is. That's funny. I like that. Now we only want that to happen if our action key is pressed. So, E is our action key. And for simplicity's sake, I want to grab... So I don't have to type it all out every time. We're going to go into our player run. And we're going to grab our keyboard key. Going back to our world manager. We don't need our day-night manager open anymore. We don't need the planting manager or the inventory manager open right now. So we're going to go back to our managing the dead dude's IDs. Now, when we are within this distance, we actually want to do a couple different things. We are going to move this down. Shoot. Oh, well. We're going to go key pressed expression. The expression is if the variable global text variable of keyboard action is pressed, which happens to be our E key. We want to do this, and we only want to do that under this circumstance. Now, if we're below 14 pixels, what we want to do is move the action selector, position it on the player point X center. Same thing with Y. And then we want to show it. Let's take a look. Dead guy. No dead guy. Dead guy. Looking for the dead guy. There he is. So now we can check his ID. All right. So now what I want is, let's see. How'd that get turned to scale? That was weird. Huh. Anyways. I want to add... There it is. Let's see. Ginge, you still with me? That's all right. And then after we do this, we want to wait 5 seconds. Taking into account, and then we're just going to hide. Oh, I guess we could have just copied it from there, huh? And then we're going to hide it. That way, you could open it again if you wanted to. Oops. And we want to do this once. And then I want there to be a little Easter egg. So, like, if once we trigger this, I want to create text at the player's position. Create an object at the position of player X, player Y. Oh. Player X, lowercase, player Y on the base layer. And we're going to change that text to okay. We need to scale that down because it's stinking massive. We'll do 2.5 seconds because 5 seconds seems way too long. All right. I wonder if there's a way to like center alignment. Oh, look at that. Text alignment. Center. I don't know what. Oh, center. There we go. Okay. If you're gonna be like that, we're gonna have issues. Lowercase c. We need to change the z order as well of the text, but that's okay. And we're going to change this location to X player, origin of X, right? Minus 16. Minus 8. Minus... Actually, this is important. We'll say 16. Just because it's a long bit of text. We're going to plus 8 here. We want it to spawn below the dead guy. So our player, so we can read it. I gotta keep doing this until we get the proper spawn of our guys. What we're gonna do to make this more likely to happen is we're just gonna despawn our trees. Spawning nodes, spawning dead dudes, managing. Oh no, I need this to be out here, right? We'll put it underneath though. Nice. That is very cold. We've been reaching 0C where I live, and negative C as well. It's very cold here. I live at the base of a mountain. What was I doing? I forgot what I was doing. Oh, we're gonna stop the ore spawning for a second. So that way we can more likely have a dead guy. Okay, so what we can do... Alright, we're just gonna have to do this... I learned this last time, and I don't know why I'm trying to do it here. After we create the text, we need to change its position. So... one of the things we want to do as well is change its Z order after it's created, and we want to set it to X player, or we'll put it to the player X, players Y, player Z order. There we go. Jeez. Plus, it doesn't matter. +1, I think. And that'd be fine. So the player, it'll always be on top of the player. And then we need to change the text position. Hey, what's up, Sean? It's good to see you again, too. So right here, we're going to change the text and set it to... plus... or minus the text width divided by 2. So let's find that dead guy. Dead guy, where are you? There he is. Oh. Huh. try that again. I don't know why why is that happening? We're going to disable that for a second. And we're going to say we need to link it to that player. So we need to then add a link and link the X player and the text. Where are you, dead guy? Unreal. The tree took his spot. All right, let's try it again. Where is the dead guy? There you are. But it didn't create. Why? Why? Trying to get this dead guy to die properly. All right. This is fine. This is what we're going to do. Exactly. Exactly. So, let's see here. We can add a Boolean value. And that way this happens only once. So once you talk to him... Alright. Once, while true. We're gonna do this as well. Wait. We're gonna wait for that text to go away and the badge. Okay. Ha. Right. We were hiding all of text, which is bad. We don't want to do that. Setting up C++ compiler is hard. Let's see here. Where is the dead guy? There he is. So we have the ID part working. Fine. Game. And we're going to set a Boolean to true. So we're going to set the X player variable Boolean note to true. Wait a minute. Can't I do this? Holy cow. I'm crying over here. Everything's messed up. Been doing it the wrong way. I think this will fix it. Tinkering, man. Tinkering. Constantly tinkering. Where's the dead guy? There he is. Hello, dead guy. Wah! Oh, wrong button. Uh-huh. I've got multiple spawns, apparently freaking it out. Let's see here. Let's try this again. Where's the dead guy? Hello, dead guy. Hmm. It is good to, Riley, it is good to compile your own stuff and get the practice of doing it yourself. Um, let's see here. Well, it happened so quickly. All right. There we go. If the player is within 14 pixels, so we need to set the player badge, the badge first. We need to create that text. Then, for each instance of X player and each instance of the player, if we're below this, between this, do these actions. And so right now, each instance of player. You gotta move that into there too. There we go. Why is it hiding itself? Let's see here. Where's the dead guy? Come on, game. Give me a dead guy. Damn world generation. There we go. Okay, but let's go back to the simplest form of our code because I'm confused about what's happening. We should not at any point lose our text here. Okay. So now for each instance of text, take into consideration I'm not seeing any stream quality errors. All my stuff is running smooth. I'm sorry to hear that my stream's running choppy. What's going on? Oh, interesting. I think I had my code structure out of whack. The scope of what I was doing wasn't quite where it should be. No. Okay, this is the thing I don't understand. We're gonna go back to my main here. We'll say, there we go. Move that back over. Let's see here. I want to set this to nothing for a second. Let's see here. What do we need to do? Why isn't this working? I suppose we can duplicate our text entity and call this pop-up. So now we can say create a pop-up. We're gonna change some stuff around here. For each instance of X player, so just like our badge, we need to do something. For each instance of the X player, we want to create a pop-up text. We're going to duplicate this. We're going to create a pop-up text. We're going to set it to nothing. Hey, what's up, Newt? Wondering what the purpose of the game is. The cake is a lie. No. This is a farming sim / survival Minecraft Slime Rancher and Stardew Valley. Kind of have a combined little thing. Got a day-night cycle and all that good jazz. Right now, we're just kind of working on building some building blocks here. But we have a glitch, so I'm trying to fix this real quick. So give me just a second. Hey, I appreciate it. I hope so. So we're going to delete that. And we are going to try this again. There he is. Dead guy. All right, ID is working. Perfect. So now we want to wait 2.5 times time delta Is the palette temporary? It might be. You're playing. If I give you context of the game, it would make more sense. In this game, you work for a company called Dale, Dispensers of Astral Life Essentials. There, you work as a truck driver, delivering. At the beginning, you are delivering terraforming tools and seeds and things to distributing them to TerraFarmers. So you're gonna like fly to their planet and deliver the resources that you need. This a meteor or an asteroid collides with your ship, causing you to crash land on this planet. And so you actually start on an alien planet, and that's why it looks like this. Um, that is a long time in time delta. Oh, it's because I didn't assign it to do anything. I'm going to hide the text and hide the badge. However, we're going to take into account these things when we do that. So we can say, take into account, show these things, wait, hide them. I don't actually post anywhere. I don't. Maybe I should. So now if we hold the button, we can see the ID. Wait 2.5 seconds. And then hide it. Well, Discord, actually. So in our description, we have Discord. I just started a Discord server. I'm going to work on it today after our stream. Yeah. So hopefully then you'll be able to see my art. I'll upload some of my old art. I do have an old Discord. Let me pull it open. Where I can show you some of my art. So I've done some character doodles based on other characters. And then in the past, I've done a variety of animations. I've got other tile sets and animations I've done. As well as my more recent stuff isn't even in here. So we're going to be in our new Discord server. We're going to be working on incorporating all of this. But for now, that's kind of where we're at. Let's see. Let me open Giezo. I call it Giezo. In my Giezo, you can see a lot of the art and things I've done before. Let's see here. I'll just pull this out, copy this, move it back over here. It's hard to see, but let me move these tabs around real quick. I've done various other character animations. I guess we can... Whoa! We can't really zoom in very far. We can do that. I'm working on some like free tile sets for Itch. So eventually I'll be on Itch as well. Some of my favorite art that I've done... I was working on an isekai game. As a platformer. And so here's one of... I think this is like the highest fidelity I've ever drawn in pixel art. I really like that character design. And then I've done a lot of work in monochromatic, working on my black and white game Tifu. And I've just got stuff like that I've done over the years. Um, Trying to find some of the other stuff. I was working on some other tile sets. This was a mock-up for a game called Thorn, where you play as like a druid character. I have some animations for Thorn that I thought were pretty cool. Let's see, where's the GIF? I appreciate all the love. I did a mock-up for like a top-down Splatoon style game. I was working on a VR character, and I was working on their eyeballs. Let's see here. Kind of see. This is like the eye of the character. Here it is. You can see both eyes. I was doing a pixel art test to see if I could draw like something interesting in the pupils for someone's VR character. I'd have a more detailed. Here's both trees in the eyes. Let's see real quick. I think I have a full one where you can see both of the art that I did for the eyeballs. Yeah, right here. So here's kind of two little scenes, little spirits in the trees. And then over here I did like a dungeon cave where there's like a bridge. And that's both the pupils of the eye. Very interesting character design. You can kind of see what the eyes might look like there. I can zoom in a little bit. But yeah, other than that, I mean, it's just years of me taking pictures of random bits of art that I've done. I did some voxel stuff for a while. Developed characters and creatures for a voxel game. Or assets for that. I did a mock-up for maybe a platformer side-scroller. A sci-fi Star Trek style game. That's pretty fun. I've got quite a few sprites made up in that. I did a mock-up of what that might look like if it was a gritty side-scroller game. Maybe something more like Warhammer. You can see some of the concepts that I was working with. Here's the same art without the overlay. And then going backwards, we can kind of see some of the other characters and things I'd planned to do. This was a long time ago. I think the first project I ever really did was, what year is this? This is 2017 is when I really started going on character designs, and I started with like hair. My grandfather died while I was working on this project, and so I had made a bust of his head. And so uh, that project kind of looked like this. It's my first real start in game development. The long pole, skinny neck. Their heads bobbed when they walked, and so their necks, that was at full extension. It looked kind of goofy, but it was pretty fun. And these are just kind of mock-ups. I had been working in Game Maker at the time, uh, developing kind of my first game, not really knowing what I was doing, just kind of trying out some ideas. Um, and I was working on like anime mock-ups, designing characters based on. I just kind of drew. I wanted to draw a monster every day. I only got to like 1 week of drawing before I was like, "Yeah, we're not gonna do that anymore." I don't think. I just want to make sure. I don't want to accidentally post anything I'm not supposed to on YouTube in my, because it's my personal like, Giezo account. Uh, just inspecting, making sure that there's nothing wrong. Here's an inventory system I'd been working on for that game idea. Honestly, we might consider continuing a design like this for our inventory system as it is right now. Yeah. Don't really know what else to share with you, really. I've got various other cyberpunk style character designs and all sorts of stuff over the years. So yeah, joining the Discord, I'll start posting that sort of stuff, and as well as I'll be releasing game packs and other art to. Yeah, and that was made in 2017. Yeah, I mean, I've got lots of other art that's just like mock-ups of designs I was doing. Let's see here. You can see some rocks that I developed. More character designs. But okay, so back to this. All right, so now that we have this gigantic thing of text that's being created, um, we want to link the pop up. We have to change all this to pop up. Pop, capital U, pop up. Okay. So where did the text go? Oh, there's nothing there. Duh. Duh. Duh, 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 duh. All right. So now we get to add to that pop-up. So at the end of that, we're going to assign this to the X player. Once we create it. And then we're going to hide it. Show the pop-up. And we're going to change the text of pop-up to let's see. So now all right. That note is spawning so freaking high. And that's because we need to actually set its to the X player, Y, X player, or sorry, X player X, X player Y. And then we want to move it. So change the position of that text right here to, so of pop-up to the player X player center minus text or pop-up dot width divided by 2. And then we want to center the text, but we'll do that after this. Okay, oh, there he is. All right, so now I gotta adjust the math for where it spawns actually, because we need to make sure that we do this math first. Because we want half of the text width to 5. That seems weird, right? Do you think we should spawn it under the player? Do we minus it by the width of the thing? Does that make sense? I don't think so. Oh, because we centered the text now. I don't know that we need to do that at all. Because it's now centered itself. If it was left, that would make sense. But I think now that puts... Yeah, there we go. And so now we want to move it minus the pop-up height. We want it to be above the player. We're going to do pop-up plus 8 because we're on a 16 by 16 layer. Or grid size. I had originally planned on building the infrastructure for chests, but this took priority. All right, and now we need to change the Z order. And we can do that here. Once we create it, change the Z order of pop-up to the X to the player, Y, or Z order, sorry, +1. Want to make sure it's always spawning on top of the player. Oh, we already did that. But I noticed something else that's driving me nuts. I meant to minus it, not plus. We're going to try some magic here. We're going to do double lines, double new lines, so it's like spread out. So we can read it a little bit better. Let's make that full screen. Let's add some spacing in here. I think it'd be fun to... I wonder if I could change the red color here. So we're gonna end this with we're gonna go plus imposter. And we're gonna see if we can change that value here. So we're gonna have to actually export this into a variable here. So we're gonna have to do variable string imposter. And then what we need to do is at the beginning up here, we'll do it in the generation at the beginning of the scene. We need to change the scene value of imposter to to this. So for now, it should be the exact same as it was before. It shouldn't look any different. So let's validate that. And then we're going to try to change the imposter to red. Just because I think that it would add flair to the visual look. Alright. Going to keep trying. Dead blue guy. No dead blue guy. Dead blue guy. There he is. And now we're going to try. That's not going to work. Because we can't change the... Let me think about this another way. What we need to do is create a new text for pop-up. Duplicate it and call it imposter. I just want to try this out. Imposter. And the font tint to be red, if at all possible. And so then we can go back into here and potentially add we got to add this to a string. That should be it. That should just be it. I don't understand what's going on there. I thought we were gonna have... Wait. I might need it in the game world first, because we're not creating it on the fly, so we're just kind of moving it. I thought we could be able to get the text value, but... Oh. That's interesting. Then here we need to change the imposter value tint to red. So that should work now. That only works if I do it first. I'm pretty sure. Maybe. No. Let's pull this up. This is a great time to use the wiki. gdevelop text or b what is this called? Bit text? BB text. Bitmap text. Bitmap. Thank you. Bitmap text. That's really dumb. What? So font color and tint, as characters are pre-rendered, the font color can also not be changed. Though gdevelop still allows you to change the tint applied to the rendered characters. If you generate a bitmap with white characters, you can use the tint action to tint the object blue. But we'd have to do it for all of the text, which we don't want. So if I didn't want to do that, okay. So according to the gdevelop site, this is kind of dumb. They should change that immediately. Well, I can't, because if I do that, then because we're zooming in, it won't look right. So because of games, if you want it to be like pixel perfect text and not blurry, you have to use bitmap texts. So what it's saying, though, is what I could do is create our text, and then at the end put a point, and then create the word I want there, and then make another pop-up underneath it to continue writing the text if I want that to be red, because when they're imported, they're pre-rendered. And so here we can see that it's red, but it's white because this is white. Oh, wait, no, we can do this. So what we need to do is go to I know a way around this. Okay, so we're going to go to the bitmap generator Snowbee. We're going to add our font file that we added before. And this time, we're going to make it red. That's a very intense red. Let's darken that up a little bit. Something like that's fine, I guess. We're going to go 48. And we're going to file, export red, save that. And then we're going to open that, go to our game folder. We can just copy this out, copy, desktop. We're going to go to TerraFarmers, font, paste that in there. And then inside of here, we're going to replace that atlas with our font that's red. Now, when we save this, it's always red. However, I messed some things up because one, come on, open this, please. Why are you doing this? Oh, it is open. It's on my other screen. We want to add a stroke around it. I think we did 3. And then we're going to put this back. I think this was 72. 78? 72. All right. I don't think that the other font size is that, but I could be wrong. It's all right. We're going to export this again. Save that. Recopy this. Go back to desktop, TerraFarmers, font, paste it, replace them. And then we're going to go back into our game. Back into here. Replace with the red just in case. And replace this with this red. Hit apply. Yeah, that looks about right. We shouldn't need that. Oh, wait, do we? Because then it's not going to render. Okay, no dead guy. Do this again. Dead guy! Stupid trees blocking my dead guy. There he is. Okay, yeah, imposter's blank because we don't have it on the map. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna ask the GDevelop community. Maybe somebody knows a way of doing this without... Yeah, I'm just gonna ask... so the Discord is lovely. Very, very awesome Discord community on GDevelop. If you're not part of it, I highly recommend it. Uh, the... okay. So I said, according to the GDevelop bitmap wiki, you can't change the color of the text beyond a tint. What I find odd is that even when I create 2 different bitmap texts and I call the text map.text value and tint into it, or I can't call both of them into another bitmap. Sorry guys, I'm typing in uh the Discord chat. Uh, okay. Let's see here. So what I'm doing real quick is I'm taking screenshots to show people uh what I'm talking about so I can get some help because I'm not sure exactly how to handle this in the engine, and occasionally this happens. So, then what I want to do is take a screenshot of the dead guy. Now everything's all borked. Is there a way for me to move this stuff? Why is this so... There we go. Okay. So, just so you guys can see what I'm doing here. Reply. Okay. So, they asked me to share some images with my problem. So, we're going to do that real quick. There's one. We're going to save these, I guess. This is the fastest way to send these. So, save that. Save this. You can't see what I'm saving. That's okay. And then we're just going to drag both of these into Discord as well. There we are. Yeah, that didn't work out very well. So we're going to remove these attachments and do them in reply to myself so that you can see them more clearly. And the last one. Not that one. This one. I want to add the other one. I guess I have to do it the other way. I don't know why I did it this way. I mucked up myself. That's all right. That way you guys can see what sort of help we can get on the Discord. So yeah, I'm talking with somebody right now. They're pretty. I know that. And shout out to Reborn, by the way. Reborn's awesome. I speak to them fairly often in the help section. Great tools here. 0x4 is also another great individual. So I guess in the meantime, we're just going to leave that alone because there's nothing I can do until uh, Uh, it doesn't seem like you can. It seems like the only way for us to do that would uh let's see. Dang. It's not exactly the news I wanted to hear. That's unfortunate. Oh, we can't play that music at all. I don't want to get dinged for copyright. There we go. Yeah, so everyone's telling me it needs to be a BB all right, look. So I get what people are saying, but it's dumb. I want a BB text, right? But then the font doesn't carry over. I mean, I can choose the font, right? And go into our uh our desktop. We have it on our desktop. And I can assign it center, and we can make it white. Base size, we'll say 32. But I'm pretty sure see, it's all blurry. This is a test. That I said text, but whatever. That's close enough. See, if I move it now onto the map, I did. It is a pixel font. I use the same font. See? Maybe if I scale the BB text down by a half? I don't... That's the only thing I could think of. No. So what's happening is that my camera, right? So this is our canvas. When we play the game, we zoom our camera in. Because it's on the base layer, it's zooming in and causing it to be blurry. But there, as you can see, it's not. So I guess we're going to try this another method. It's not the way I wanted to do it, but it seems to be the only way I can do it in GDevelop. So we're going to go back to GDevelop and do BB code. And now we're going to do some magic here. BB text. BB text color. Where's the handy dandy? All right. BB text. There we go. I need an outline. So we're gonna do outline equals oh my, where's the pound? There it is. I don't even remember. Is it just your FFF? There it is. Oh, it would help if I actually had text. It might need to be lowercase. I'm not sure, just in case we're going to do it in lowercase. Test. Great. I made it white because I wasn't thinking. Because black is absence. My brain went backwards. Hey, Reborn. Oh, you can just do black? That's nice. Wait a minute. No, I want this to be white. There we go. Perfect. So that's close. Right? So what's happening is when we check the dead guy, we then... this is messed up, but that's fine. We want to have it speak whatever we do here. So we can still create this on the right layer and do the same math, but just move it up a layer. It just doesn't look, in my opinion, as clean. But maybe it's because of how small it is. Maybe if we increased the text size to 48, we can... What is going on? We can check. I don't even know what size this actually is. We scaled it in half from 72, I think. We're just going to do 72 divided... yeah. Oops. Yeah, 36. Okay. That was close. 108? Well, I was trying to set it to the text I use elsewhere. But yeah, 108 would make it gigantic. Oh, yeah. I was like, if I added one... oh. I didn't want that. 36. Because the default font size is 72. 72 divided by 0.5, or, divided by half. Yeah. But see, it's just not as crisp. But that's okay. So instead, we can get rid of imposter. We don't need this anymore. And in our world manager, where we were managing the imposter, the font... Oh no! I deleted the entire thing. That's okay. Alright. Oh well. I can't undo that, unfortunately. So... we need to now create... we're gonna rename this as pop-up with a lowercase u to make this very easy. And then we're just gonna Control F and type pop up and change the text to pop up, lowercase. Replace everything. There we go. So now we then need to move the text to the right. Yeah, to the right area. So the next thing we do is delete that. We now have pop-up. And we need to, when we create the pop-up, assign it to the UI layer. Huh. Why are you way over there? It might be because this is so big. Let's shrink that down. I don't really know how this is going to work in the long run. I don't know if I need to make it, how big I need to make the text, if it'll, let's see. We'll just write it, we'll write it out. So, they seem to be holding a, let's see. They seem to have a note. Does new line work? In what's the code for a new line in BB text? Or is it just in a line? It actually, it might be like this. If I'm if let's see, it says, oh, can you do break? Nice. I wasn't, oh, that's right. Yeah. Dude, it's been a while since I've used, do I have to wrap it? No, it's just break. You just call the function break. But we're duplicating this effect, so I guess we could just do it this way. We're going to add another space and say, it's probably like this. I think this is the right code. Or is it like font color? Just color. And let's run this. What? What in the actual? What happened? What's going on up there? I have no idea. There's a lot of space being added. For one, I don't necessarily want it. Let's. We don't need new line. That doesn't need to be there. Let's do this again. Where's the dead guy? Dead guy. No dead guy in our generation. Let's do it again. Dead guy. Dead guy. Dead guy. Dead guy. No dead guy. Again. Dead guy. Where are you, dead guy? Oh, there he is. That's interesting. We're going to drop the text size to 18. You're not wrong. That's exactly the problem, Reborn. You are correct. Well, but I am selecting the... I am setting it to the... But you're right, as I move, because it's going to stay on here. Man, that sucks. I don't like doing that. This mode of doing it sucks. I don't want to do this. What the heck? I think we zoom in 3 times. Let's go to our camera script. Yeah, we zoom in 3 times. So what we could do is multiply it by 3, right? The position. Because we're not zoomed in. We don't need this anymore. Right? No idea. Okay. This may not work at all. It's gonna put it somewhere bonkers. No, dead guy. Wham! Let's do it again. Dead guy. Dead guy. There he is. Nope, not quite right. Oh. That's easy. Hold on. That's easy. Because our player is center. We're centering the screen on our player. And we want this to appear above the player. As though, like, the player's talking. There he is. Okay. So now we're going to go into pop-up, copy this, move it into our... What? No, it's going to convert all that into a string now, isn't it? No, it worked. Okay. The font is just a little too small. So we'll fix that. There we go. And then go into our pop-up. Let's do 24. Interesting. It's word wrapping before I want it to. It might be just because of how small the screen was, or... What happened there? All I did was change the font size. What type of shenanigans? Why did that happen? Oh, because the screen size changed. See, this is why BitText is better. Seems like I'm gonna have to do a lot of finagling to do something that I could have already done. This is taking me like an hour. Oh. Good to know. Did you go look that up? Wait, would it matter? Because our camera's set to the scale of... Oh. What is that about? Let me... I would then have to zoom the layer into 3. Oh, no. Okay. It worked when I just set it to the bottom, which happened to be the center. Because we zoom in 3 times. Okay, the reason why is because it's funny, actually. So, we have our viewport, and our UI layer is the same as this, but our game is zoomed in 3 times. And it happens to be a perfect 3 times scale. If that makes sense. It just happenstancely. The resolution we chose. Well, I mean, I guess it would just make sense, right? So, we're saying spawn here. Which, I guess, kind of happens to be... The top of it happens to be right here. So the text is spawning like this. Which happens to be the dead center of our screen. I'm pretty sure. But that won't work long term. Well, it will for this, I guess. But then it's blurry AF. So we're going to try another method. We're going to go to our world manager. No, camera manager. And no, not necessarily. Don't get me wrong. It would be hard to do, but the math on it, so at least the way I envision doing the bitmap is with doing the bitmap text, we would have one set of text at the top and the beginning of that line, right? And so it's going to be like this. But then if we take the math and we write in another bitmap text the same scale, so everything's the same scale, and then we find the end point here, and then we minus to go up the height of this, and we move it over the width of that. And that'll put it right at the end. It'll put it right here. And then we create, and then what we do is we just create another text block, bit text underneath that. We would start it at this position minus its width to make sure that it spawns right there. That's the math way in my head of solving that issue. And I think it'll work. So we're gonna go backwards and try that out. Just to see if it's a feasible way. I could be entirely wrong. But I'd like to try. So we're going to choose our font and choose our... Oh, it's somewhere in here. Foul, fat. There we are. We'll make sure we select the fat. Okay, so this is going to be pop up. And then we need to duplicate it for pop up 2 and duplicate it for... This is a long way of going around this, but for just one thing, this is the only time I want to do this. So I guess it's okay. Normally, this would make me cry. We're going to move all of those into here just so it's organized. Okay. Thank you. All right. So first things first, we need to get rid of... Oh, that's interesting. Reborn is saying... Okay, so let me get what you let me I'm a visual person, so forgive me here. But I think what you're saying is we write our text, we duplicate that text in two different colors. We set the white text on top of it. Yeah, that should work. I think you're a genius. Let's see what that looks like. As long as the fonts are the same size and they're just over top of each other, that should work fine. So pop-up will be white. Pop-up 2, we need to be red. And now we go back into our world. Control F. We change everything. Control F. Everything that's pop-up to pop-up. It's gonna mess some things up. That's fine. We're just gonna have to fix them real quick. Particularly in it removed. Oh, here. We want to change this to pop-up and what? Oh, pop-up. There we go. And change the text. So you're gonna have to redo the text that we did before, but that's okay. And so this should be plus new line plus it needs to be like that. I counted. We'll see. Whoops. We need to end that. There we go. It's... No. It won't let me do that. Wait, why? I am not... IMPOSTER. I guess it wouldn't matter. Right, as long as I do a new line underneath it. With no plus at the end. That's actually really smart. I didn't think about that. It might already have one. A blank character. Right? But for now, we'll put like lines, dashes, or something. Also... We're not going to change any scaling. We're just going to let it be default for a second. Something's wrong with my... All right. So we're gonna... I don't know how we would do that. Because it's gonna auto adjust. Well, I guess I could just save the image. And then edit it. And we can make 0 blank. But we need to do this with the white, not the red. So go back to white. Oh, you are correct. That does make sense. Wait, how would I do that though? Because okay, for one, I don't want pop-up anymore. It's driving me nuts. So here, there's no way to edit this. Oh, it is. I lied. It's right in front of my face. I'll shut up. Don't worry about it. Oh, it can't be 0. No! No! It can't be 0. I use numbers. I can't be any numbers. That's a terrible... Well, I guess for this one, it's okay. No, it's not. Is it? I don't know. Yeah, it's okay. It'll be okay. It's just for the pop-up, not the text. Oh, it replaced it for this. There we go. No, because it's the atlas decides how the image should operate. So I fixed it though. So now when I add zeros here, imposter, it should be blank. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Reborn is a genius. So now we need to create a pop-up 2. Yeah. Generally what I do is I prototype something and then I go polish it up in another episode. Because I want to get the functionality in place and then I want it to be optimized. But yeah, you are right. You are correct. Potentially. This should potentially work. We might have to have some... There might be some kinks that we need to work out. I didn't see a dead guy, so we're going to reload our thing one more time here. Okay, that didn't work. Where are you, dead guy? Oh, right. I deleted it before, but we now need to scale our text. That means that our texts are two different scales. We're gonna fix that. So we're just gonna copy this over and back into our game folder. All right. So let's try this again. So in our original pop-up, we're going to replace this with our pop-up white. And we're going to change the atlas to white. And then we're going to edit with this. Delete our 0. And save this as white 2. Hit apply. Now both of our fonts are the same size, and then we can scale them effectively after this. That's very strange to me. Everything's spawning in the exact same place. Right? Hold on. I know why. Well, at least one. Let's start spawning it. It's going to spawn down here. No, it won't. Okay. My brain, I'm all mixed up from doing the camera stuff. Where are you, dead guy? We now have no idea where that's spawning. Ah, right. Sorry. We shouldn't even need to reposition it currently. Because it should be spawning now at his location, right? Hello? Okay. This is fine. This is fine. It is gigantic, and that's fine. So we're going to bring back our camera placement, and now we're going to do the X player position. So X player. Yeah. I will need to move the Z order. You are correct. The X player's Y minus the text, the pop-up width divided by 2. I gotta make sure that these are We need to scale our text down a lot. So we're going to set the Z order of pop-up to be +2. We want white to be on top. Oops. I'm sitting here just like in my own mind space. I need to make a faster way to spawn these dudes. Or my trees are blocking him from spawning. Sometimes rocks. What? Okay, for one, if we center our text, so up here, if we, what? I just Control-Z'd something. We can change the pop-up text. Pop-up. Alignment. Center. And if we do that to both of them and move them up, now they'll be centered on the middle of that player. Or at least they should be. Where's that text? Okay. It helps if you have the right XY coordinates. Huh. Get out of here. There we go. Where is that spawning? Oh. I'm creating it on the base layer. Why is it spawning way over there? Man, I have really bungled this up today. I spy with my little eye. Dead guy. Now I just gotta find a body. There he is. We're getting there. Text is almost the right size. I'm so confused. Ah! I will destroy you! What? We've almost got it. Now, if I could just find that dead guy. Alright. So what we need to do is add a space, I believe now, because these are not the same size. So I think what we need to do is even remove these and add spaces. I could be wrong. We'll see how many spaces it allows me to do, because I might have to do another invisible character just for the red. which would make me cry. Where's the dead guy? There he is. Face down in the mud. One space too far. One space too far. It's going to keep doing that until I remove all of them. Because our top line is lining up perfectly, but our second line isn't. Yeah, no, that didn't work. Space plus... that, I guess? That's the only thing I can think of at this point. Without adding an invisible character. Because the space needs to be the same. So it would make sense if I just changed 0, I think. This is tough. Where in the exploitive is that dead guy? There he is. What do I need? One more space? This is insane. Plus. I did it backwards. That's okay. All right. Can we do it with an extra space, or is that one too far? Let's find out. We did it. We did it. Because Reborn is a genius. Thank you, sir, for your help. Much, much, much appreciated. I was going to try doing it a way that would really suck. This makes sense. Now, on both of these, we need to add the last line. We're just going to add this last little bit. And that should all be spaced the same because we got to restart. Anytime we change and add text and stuff, we just got to restart. Oh my goodness. Need that. Dead guy, dead guy, dead guy. I can't find a dead guy anywhere. Where are you, dead guy? There he is. Now, as we move away, we want to yeah. You're right. I should. And I will. I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to do that now. All right. So for each instance of player, we're going to add a cheat key. And what we want to do is say editor. When we're running the game in preview. And the key is pressed, and we're just going to say B for body. We're going to create, the player is going to create, sorry, a X. My bad. I can never remember what I named this guy. Player point dot X player Y. That's fine for now, right? Body. The rest of our stuff is broken because it only happens. So what we need to do then is come back into we want to move it up. So that way, interesting. You're right. We do want to trigger once, but that's not the issue. At the moment, anyways. It will cause an issue soon, as I spawn 1,000 dead guys. For each instance of this, we should be creating... We want to pull those out and put them here. Actually, we want them in both. That's going to muck everything up because it's not in like a proper order. Oh, yeah. B. Okay, there we go. It's not getting the values that I was setting before, but it should be... There we go. So at least we have a demo. All I'd have to do is... Why isn't that running? This should be running. Shouldn't it? Because we're creating an instance of the player, right? What am I missing here? I guess we can just copy this, yeah? There we go. It only worked on the first guy. Wait a minute. Newt, welcome back. Interesting. Oh, dang, I'm sorry. Snowstorms? I guess that's fine. We don't really need it to do anything. I just wanted a... Why is the first... Whatever. We got dead guys. We only want to, eventually, we only want it to show... one card. Either way. Oops. Obviously, I know my number's crazy. But... Nah. Have I ever modded a video game? I have not. No. Well... Yeah, I mean, I've done scripts for, like, Counter-Strike Source, in the modding community, some Lua scripts, Matty, Python, that sort of stuff. Hmm. It's not important. It really isn't. Because all I really want it to do is create a guy. So we don't need that at all. Really, what all I want it to do is, after that text goes away on the bottom, to do that. That's all I really wanted to do. To check, to make sure that I get my text and stuff lined up. We're going to increase the range that I can move. So if we put a body down, I should now be able to move almost an entire square. Cool. I'm not sure what Rain World is, but... let's go back to our game, make it full size. There we go. It was not the imposter. Huh. I wonder what that means. Now if we find him, he should be somewhere over here. There he is. Well, in our game, you're not too far off of what I'm going to be doing. I'll show you here. So, in our art, there we go. We're going to close this out. We don't need this anymore. Let me remove that. Open up this. We have our plants. And our plants in the game turn into monsters. So if your plant grows too long, it's going to become a monster. And so they will monsters affect your. Oh no, this isn't GIMP. This is Pixel Edit. It does. It does. You're right. You're right. But yeah, so in this game though, we're going to be running our radishes as monsters, and here I'm working on an animation right now for like at least the outline of how they're going to move. So I was kind of messing with that. And then effectively we would want to do this in reverse. I believe all these are now going to need to get moved over. Yeah. So now all of these got to move over one. And right now, of course, it looks a little weird. But when the radish is there and it's all skookum, our radish is going to bounce. Kind of like that. But yeah. I think that's going to be it today, guys. That's the. I mean, we just reached our, just a little bit past our 4-hour mark, and so that's the end of today's broadcast. Hey, Bo, I appreciate you being here, man. Next time, let's work together. Let's hang out, and you could be working on your game and still be listening and chatting. I'd like to see what you're working on too. But thank you guys so much for stopping in and hanging out with me. It really does mean a lot. I did make a video, if you hadn't seen that yet, on our or on YouTube, how to make a day-night system like a boss, where I teach you how to do our day-night system. And I'm planning on doing some more videos. Let me know in the comment section what you'd like to see next. So, again, thank you guys so much for stopping in. It really means the world to me. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys. I won't be on tomorrow, but the stream schedule is Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. So from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So, thank you guys so much, and I'll catch you next time.